All right, I got a 2005 Ram 1500 here. It has the 5.7 liter HEMI engine in it. This is a four-wheel drive. Now I'm going to be replacing the engine in this. The reason is there's water that's in the oil, and I'm guessing, you know, it got overheated, something happened. Now it still cranks up and runs and drives a little bit, and we'll crank it up here in a minute maybe. But it's a pretty nice truck overall. The body's straight and everything on here. I'll give you a quick tour of it here to start with. See, it's hard to find these that aren't really beat up, you know, as far as the body. And only like a ding on the tailgate. So the inside's still pretty dirty, but overall it's not in bad condition. And this guy has 231,000 miles on it. So we're also going to clean this up before we ever get started on it. Clean this engine bay out. These are really pretty easy to work on. Simply you move this bar in the front and then start popping a few things out, get the bumper out of the way, and it's easy to get in here and get to everything. So I'm going to go ahead and try to crank it up here. It's definitely noisy. We'll pull the dipstick out here. It'll be more obvious when we drain it, but you can see not supposed to look like that. So I'm going to be putting another used engine in here. I think for my purpose, a used is going to be fine. I'm going to get one with low miles, like 100,000 miles. The remans are, you know, if you want to spend a little more, they're going to be about $1,000 more. And plus you got to give them your core. I mean, I could, you know, sell this engine here as a good core. It's not, you know, locked up or cracked or anything. So we're going to get started, clean it up. I'm going to get the battery disconnected, and we'll get my pressure washer over here. Just gonna go ahead and take this battery out of here. I just covered up the alternator over there, and we'll soap it up first. It's not really too bad. I think it's more dusty than anything. It'll take a minute to get the soap going here, but we're going to soap it up a little bit up top, and then we'll go underneath and soap it up a little bit on there. Like I said, it's not too awful bad. I don't know what's squeaking under here. It could be just the water pump or a pulley, maybe for the AC compressor, not sure. Whenever I switched over to my high pressure sprayer, I'm going to have to be a little more cautious. I went ahead and covered up this fuse panel here. Just going to get everything rinsed. Alright, so I've sprayed underneath. I'm going to get in these tire wells here, and I'm probably going to call it good. First thing we're going to work on is getting this front bumper off here. Going to be using an 18mm. All right, we need to get our fog lamps disconnected here. All right, I'm doing this wrong. This stays. Got to disconnect this right here. Got to push that safety lock back like that. Because of the dirt, sometimes these are really hard to get loose, and you got to get WD-40. All right, finally got it. Okay, and we're going to get on these 18 nuts here. And just to show you on this side, we don't have to worry about holding it because you have this. They're just welded together like that piece. All right, now we'll get this out of the way. We're going to take care of this piece here. Pop this hood cable out first. Take yourself a Sharpie, make you some marks here. Okay, if you can see that, it just kind of hooks in there. I have to push that back under that, and then it'll release it. once you get it pushed under there far enough, then you can just feed that out, just like that. Just stick this back on here. I'm just going to stuff this back up here for now. This came loose from somewhere. Okay, we're on the back side. We got a couple 10 millimeters that are in these bushings here for these shrouds. We're going to get those. Try to put your bolts back and everything you can after you take it off. Alright, we're going to get on the 13s on each side. Now again, take you a Sharpie and mark this. I'm going to work on draining the coolant here next, and then we'll work on getting the radiator and some of this other stuff out of the way. Alright, so we're going to come underneath here to this side, right by the cooler lines here. Get that spout. Alright, I don't know if there's much coolant in here. Doesn't seem to be a lot. Alright, while that's draining, we're going to get this hose up here loose. I find a heat gun works the best for these. Just don't get it too hot. Get it on like 3. Now on metal it's fine, but these little plastic spouts, you don't want to get it too hot. This air box is in the way, preventing me from lifting this up. I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way. Uh, 8 millimeter. We got a couple connectors down here. This one's already been broken. A pick tool really helps. Sometimes with these, they get old and brittle. You can get underneath and pull up on that tab. And a lot of times that might prevent you from breaking it. Now this is plumb full, so I need to get something to pour that in. And this has got a little bit in it as well. Okay, the next thing I want to get on is this power steering cooler. Normally I'll just kind of take it loose, set it out of the way with some cardboard, but because a lot of the fluid's gone, I'm just going to take it completely off. I got a pan ready. These are going to be 10 millimeters. Come in here with this little ratchet wrench. We have to hold this side while we're getting this here loose. It's a 10 millimeter. Now you could leave this attached, but I'm just going to take them off individually. Less chance for me banging the fins up. I'm going to put some cardboard around this, kind of tape it up. For these to be hard to remove, they're like all leaking, they appear to be. I got my pan down here. We're gonna catch I just went ahead and labeled that. I'm gonna put some screw style clamps back on here. These don't appear to be clamping it quite hard enough. The hose seems okay. I'm going to get on this bolt here, free up some slack next. It's going to be a 10 millimeter. With that loose, I can get slack here. Gonna get the 10 millimeter here for the transmission cooler. We're gonna go in here and pop these lines loose here. Alright, I just got some cardboard taped on here to protect it. Okay, we're going to come over to this side and get this lower hose. Alright, we got it heated up and it is coming loose. just kind of holding on that other side where I couldn't heat it up good. Alright, I'm just lifting this up. Shroud and all. I'm just going to leave this over here for now. This I'm going to move out of the way, taking those bolts out there, but I'm going to leave it here for now. Alright, we're going to go ahead and remove the fan. I'm just going to be using a crescent. I'm just going to take the 3/8 serpentine belt tool. So we're just going to apply some tension to that belt. And a rubber mallet works great. I'm just going to use this block here. Right, there we have it. Let's go ahead and finish spinning that off. Most likely going to be getting some new hoses, but put some marks here, just this one and this one, just so they get oriented back in the right location. I'm going to go ahead and take these hoses off. I've got it pretty hot. And I got the pan down there. I figured there'd be more of that. And I promise you, get it hot enough, it will come off of here. See, it's already moving. I haven't even put my tool on it, my pry bar. Maybe I'll get this one without. It's turning. I got my pan ready. The only part that's sticking is the back side, because I can't get to that to heat it real good. Quite a bit more than I thought. I'm going to remove this tensioner next, so hopefully I can get to these heater hoses a little easier. Got 15 millimeter here. See the locator there, so you don't get mixed up on how to put it back. We'll mark these as to where they come from. This one's the front. And most likely these are going to have coolant seeping out. I'm going to try to plug them off if I can find something All right, we're going to work on getting these loose. Should just lift off these studs. Got another one back here. All right, so got those loose. I'm going to plug these off so they're not just constantly dripping. They probably won't drip because I'm going to have them tucked up here, but keep stuff out of them anyway. So I just shoved them up there out of the way. They'll be fine. I'm going to have to get these transmission cooler lines loose. Next thing I'm going to work on, I think, is getting under here and draining the oil out. I haven't done that yet. And there you have it. So I'll let this finish draining out here and decide what I want to do next. I'm going to work on removing a few things up here so I can see something, I think. Just got that loose. Or I'll get this 10mm. I think I'm going to work on getting this AC compressor loose. Got to get that lock pulled back. It's really stuck. All right, I finally got it. I'm just taping these up, keep stuff out of them. These are 13s. This stud's a 15. This is a 13 back here. All right, I've just got that loose. We'll leave those bolts in there for now so we're not losing them. All right, I'm gonna work underneath here a little bit. I've got a short extension and a longer extension of 15mm. First thing I'm gonna work on is getting this piece. So
we'll get these two on this side first. Using my extended handle ratchet. Alright, I'm going to use my longer extension, and we're going to get over here and get these other ones. Now, these are all going to be the same length. Alright, now we got this one going on this side. I'm using that short extension. Alright, so we're just getting on the other side here. We're going to do the same exact thing. Alright, so there we have that piece out of the way. Alright, well, that piece out of the way, we're going to get to work on these difficult bolts around the bell housing here. We're just going to start over on this passenger side here. You're going to need to get yourself an extension, if we can get focused in here. Okay, so what you're looking at here is the center line bolt coming from this side, that right there. And then if you look up above there, you see that bolt right there. That's the first one that we're going to be trying to get. All right, I'm going to be using this. It's a little over 3 foot of extension here, pieced together, and I've got a swivel socket with a 15 millimeter on the end and just an extended handle ratchet. I'm going to start feeding it back through here. The less angle, usually the better it works out. And I'm going to get up here on this other side. Alright, so I'm just feeding this up here, and the most difficult part is just kind of getting the swivel to set there. I'm going to get my ratchet. And the swivel's a little bit too floppy, and it's kind of makes it a little difficult. But we're getting it here. And we'll want to start numbering these as to where they came from. So we'll number that one 1. Okay, I've got another one right up here above this one where we just took this one out right here. It's impossible to get back there and show you with the exhaust, everything in the way. But right up here, there's the transmission dipstick. And I believe that bolt runs into it. I can actually reach up here and feel it with my hand. I just can't show you at this angle. So you can kind of see where my socket is there, and there's a rubber hose that you kind of got to go to the left of there as well. So it's about as easy just to feel for it as it is to see it. But that's the one I'm getting. And we're going to hop over on the other side. But again, the same principle. I'm using the 3-foot extension. I'm coming over the top of the cross member back here, doing it the same way. Said if you don't like doing this method, the only other way is take your intake off the top and come from the top and try to get them out of there. All right, I got that loose, but I'm gonna have to reach up there and try to get it. So I can get up here with my hands. Here's that rubber hose I was talking about. You can see the transmission dipstick was attached to that, and I think that little rubber hose is like snapped to that transmission bracket. Now these are the center bolts. We're purposely going to leave these in place till we get all these other ones. So this one I just took out. I'm just going to label it like a 2 or something, because I labeled the other one 1. I'm just going to number them going around that way, since that's how I started. Okay, we're over here at the starter now. We're going to get these bolts. They're running right in here. So this big shroud here is covering where it's at. I'm just using this little short extension, 15 millimeter. There's the first one. Right, now we're going to go after this upper one here, and I just labeled that one the lower starter bolt. Just going to put everything back where it goes. Switch sockets here. Alright, we got that one loose. I haven't disconnected the starter yet. Just gonna let it set over here for now. So that's the bolt we need to get at right there. Like I said, we're going to leave those in the center. Got another one on the other side. We're going to leave those in for now. So moving right along, we're going to be going after that bolt up there next. And again, we're going to be taking our 3-foot extension. It's a little over 3 foot long. We're going to be coming right up through here and using our swivel, 15 millimeters. Now this O2 sensor connector is right up here. I think if I pop that out of the way, you could probably see this other bolt. It's clipped down up here to this bracket. I'm just using this little, got it unconnected. Not sure if I broke the clip. Now we get the fun job of trying to unhook it here. It's right behind that cable there. It's gonna have to be disconnected anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and just push down right there, disconnect it. All right. Same way with the other side, so I can reach up here and even feel to place my socket, but I can't get a good angle to show you on this. I mean, I said you can feel them easier than you can see it. But it's basically just slightly up from that bolt, maybe 4 inches or so. And once this one's out, then we have the hard ones. I do believe that's all of them. Okay, so I'm just trying to finish removing this one without dropping it here. So these go onto a bracket. Let's see if I can reach up. All right, and there's that one. So as you can see, you can get to all these. They're just not real easy, but if you got an extension, you can get them. Right, I've got my breaker bar here. Got a 21 millimeter socket, and this engine is pretty hard to turn, but it's still turning. And I've just kind of got it set up here where I can hopefully turn it from underneath without having to crawl out every time I got to move it. So we're positioned underneath at the oil pan, this little alcove here. We're going to position the bolt right here so we can get to it. And I've got my 14 millimeter, so this will fit just right in here. There's that. So I may have to get back out. It's really hard to turn from underneath here. Alright, so I'm working on the second one. Yeah, once you get it broke loose, they spin out easily with your finger. Two more to go. When I rotate this, I'm positioning it, right about above where this lower bolt hole center is, and it's working out pretty good. So one more. All right, last one. Alright, so our torque converter bolts are out. Now we're going to move on to getting these last two bolts on the side here while they're handy. And this ain't going to go anywhere. It's still got a bracket and the engine's secured and everything, so don't worry about that. Right, so here we go. We got a 16 right here. And this is where the locating pegs are at. I need to go hunt down my smaller ratchet now that it's loose. This is a little bit too big. And again, you want to take the time to label these where they come from. Alright, so here we are on the driver's side. We're going to get this 16 over here. Alright, so we should have all the bolts. Alright, we're going to work from up here for a minute. I'm going to zip this power steering pump off of here. It's going to be in my way. Line this up with our bolts here. Come with a 13 millimeter.
next one right here. Let's push this out of the way. I'm going to work on getting this out of the way, so I already got this covered with cardboard. So we come on the back side, we got a 10mm right here. Now, yes, this is in the way, but you can get to it. Should be able to pop this up. And because we got the AC compressor loose, we can get enough flexibility to move this around as we kind of need to. Okay, we do have a connector on the back. We just have to push these tabs down. Now I'm going to be moving this around. I've just kind of bungee cord and got it strapped here out of the way. I'll be moving it probably back and forth. It's got Freon the system. I don't want to disturb it. So we got our power steering pump out of the way. We're going to get to work on these mounts here next. What I'm going to do is be taking these bolts loose from the block here. I said once we get to removing the back ones, then I'll probably support the transmission with the jack stand, but everything's in place. It's not going to move right now. So these are going to be 15s. Yeah, just move that back over there. Okay, I'm on the passenger side. We're going to do the same thing. This one's a little, maybe a little harder to get out. The bottom one is easy to get to. Okay, I've came out here at the tire well. I'm using a extension, 2-foot extension with the swivel, and I'm getting that one a little bit easier. We might end up taking these fender liners off. They're pretty easy to remove, and it may make a lot of this go easier, so we'll see. So yeah, we're going to hold up what we're doing, and we're going to go ahead and remove these fender liners on both sides. There's not a lot to it. We've got some 8mm. These were back when they were still making the fender liners a little bit tougher too. Get yourself a Ziploc bag, put all these in, and mark it so you don't lose them. I believe I counted 7. This thing should be ready to pop out. Now we do have one wire that's got a clip going into it. I can see over there. I'm gonna need to get, use these needle nose. Okay, there, I guess there's 8. There's one hiding down here I didn't see. now we can see something. I'm going to get the one on the other side the same way. Okay, I went ahead and got the wheel completely off on this side. Now I should have probably taken these out sooner because it's making things a lot easier. So I'm going to be able to get to these, and I'm going to take this heat shield off of this and go ahead and get the exhaust here from the manifolds while I'm at it. Using this thin 15, I'm able to get this one even though this bolt's here. Alright, so I'm on the back side here now. This is the last one. Now there's a knock sensor we're going to go ahead and disconnect here while it's handy. Squeeze in. Having to use a pick tool here as usual. These little tabs never want to work. There's a tab on both sides. Okay, there we got it. I said I was using this pick tool. Supposed to be able to squeeze these on both sides, and it pops this tab, but it wasn't working, so I had to pull one and then pop the other side with this. So we also got a crank sensor down here we need to get, and it has that red locking tab that has to be popped up. Then you can push it here, and it's stuck as well. Alright, we've come underneath here, and we're gonna get on this back one up here. Now I've got a 1.5 foot extension here going over to that bolt for the exhaust manifold, because there's really not any room in here to move my ratchet, so I'm just back over here. Surprisingly, this side was already loose once I loosened up the other side. Alright, now as usually the case with this one here is broken, so it's just spinning. I'm going to get a screwdriver or a crescent or something back here and see if I can hold it enough to get this to come loose. So surprisingly enough, this is actually working here. I'm just putting tension on it. As you can see, Two of these are already broken. I'm gonna see. Can't get these other ones off. Not with that. Alright, I think I'm going to move over to the other side. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and remove the wheel over here before I start working, and just put a jack stand here, just like I did the other side. Both those just snapped. Okay, now this one's like the other side. The tab's broken, and I'm holding it with a crescent, and I've kind of got the crescent, medium-sized crescent, laid up against this, so I'm not having to hold it. This side's being a little more difficult. I've got it turning for now. It may break though. Yep. So I'm also coming from underneath here with an extension, 2-foot extension, because I can't get any leverage up there anywhere. Alright, I'm working on that back one, and I had to get a little bit longer of an extension, but it appears that this one is going to try to move. Maybe. Just to show you, I was coming up through here, added a little bit of extension, just like that. All right, I'm going to get to work on that top bolt there, because I'm going to work on this here next. I need to get that bolt and that is going to be in the way there of getting my swivel. It's 18 millimeter. 18 millimeter on this side as well. This is the side we're going to loosen it from. I'm being gentle with the threads here. And that's good enough for now to get it out of my way. So now we're going to come under here with our 15 and our swivel. Just laying it right through here. Just be mindful of your brake line there. Don't. Now this bottom one is going to get fed from underneath here. .13 millimeter. Just squeeze down here, but it is pretty stuck. You got to wiggle it off. I'm going to work on disconnecting these harnesses and labeling things. It's clipped on the oil pan back down here too. I can't really show you this one because it's behind this bracket. All right, here we are underneath, so we can look at it. I'm gonna come down here and get this ground wire. This is a 15. You'll want to label that. Put your bolt back. Alright, so moving right along. I'm going to get this wire running over the top here. You want to take some WD-40 on a lot of these and just give them a little shot, and it's going to make disconnecting a lot of these much easier. All right, we're going to press down there. This wire is going to have to be pried off. It's kind of crimped on here with these little teeth on this clamp. And a lot of these clamps are like, or clips are like one-time use. Like once you take it loose, a lot of times they will break. See, that frees that up on the main alternator wire here. This is a 13. All right, with that loose, that allows us to take this wire and pull this over here. See, this is attached to these wires. We're just going to pull it back over here, stuff it out of the way. Now we're going to take care of these. You're going to take your heat gun and heat these little vacuum hoses here up, or purge hoses. You can see we got all this free. Now we're going to get back in here and disconnect a few things. First thing, I'm going to get this hose and this hose. So I'm going to come back here with this little pry tool, start popping these off. These are really going to be stuck. And there's the small one. Alright, so there's those two. Just stuff those out of the way. And again, you want to take some WD-40 and you want to give these a little spray. And that one back there. This is going to require two hands. This is oh, wow. Okay, I wasn't pressing this button here hard enough, so make sure you press that down. Taping these up to keep stuff out of them. Alright, we're going to get this other one back here. I'm standing on my tire, by the way. I don't know if I showed you that. Just so I have some extra height here. And you can see this has two wires running. We got one here and here. See, that has the similar style tab there we got to push. And I heard that one click. Yeah, this is going to be trouble. So it just takes a lot of force to get these off. should be everything I need to get here for now. I want to just get some tape on these. So this connector, you see those clips there? It was back there on the back of that intake. And I almost forgot the fuel line here. We need to go ahead and disconnect this, flip the top part back, and then this just kind of rocks out from under there. Now we've got just a 3/8. And sometimes you got to angle it, do whatever you need to do to get it under there. Pull on it a little bit, get a little slack. And have you a rag just in case you got some pressure on there. I'm going to kind of push this on, make sure that it's seated, rotate it. You want to probably plug this off if you can, and also stick it up somewhere where it's going to be out of the way up high. Maybe it won't drip. You need to find something to plug that with or tape it. Well, let's work on this passenger side here. Get our EGR. That pops up off of that stud right there. All right, we're going to look up here. We got a wire going in here to what I believe is the cam sensor. You can see that wire connector, but it's really hard to get it loose, plus it's stuck, so we're just going to take that 10mm. Okay, coming back here under these heater hoses, we've got the wires that are going to be clipped down right here. And you may need to use some WD-40 here as well. All right, let's get that part loose. Okay, we have one up here at the top as well. Okay, and you're going to have to use a long pry bar to get up there to this one. I was even using a hammer to help tap it loose. So you just come under here with your long pry bar. You're going to pop that up. Now we've got that free. So back down here at the manifold, we got this grounding strap. This 11mm. Alright, I'm getting ready to start running my strap here at the manifold. Okay, I'm going to move this. Just wrapped it back around here. This is probably going to level it out better. I'm redoing this again. I realize I want this strap coming around the outer side of this. Okay, so here's how I've got it run. Just looped it around and over and around that one, so I got them on the outside. And just got them pulled up even. For some reason, it's easier to feed it from underneath. Okay, so if you're having a lot of difficulty and you want to run your straps this way, you may have to take the manifold loose slightly. So this side, I cannot get my belt through there, and you see how thin that is. Okay, I ended up taking that manifold loose there, and to get the strap under there, but I do have it looped around there now. I think the gasket was it was hanging on that. Okay, this is how I've got this ran up here, and I'm just tied these together. And if I need to, I'll adjust these straps. I don't want to damage the coil packs. I kind of want them setting in between those. Okay, my initial plan of attack is going to be trying to slide this engine forward enough where I can separate it from the transmission. Now, in order to do that, I've got these knock sensors that I need to kind of get out of the way. I'm just using a 13 millimeter. Now I'm gonna put a mark there. It's clocked at about, I would say 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock or so, but I marked it, so I put it back the same. And we'll go to the other side and do the same thing. Okay, now I also have the dipstick. There's no way I'm going to be able to take that out. So what I'm hoping is when I lift it, I'm going to be able to clear that. But in order to lift it, we got some more bolts we got to remove. So we come under here and look by the drive shaft for the four-wheel drive. There's a bracket right there with a couple of bolts, and we're going to have to take those out. In order to do that, we need to probably support the transmission. So I'm just going to get my jack over here. So that's the easiest thing I can do right now. Just going to support the pan. It's not going to take a lot to support it. Keep in mind the back is on the bracket. The front is still tied to the engine here. Well, this first one I can get with an extension here, pretty easy. These are 15s, by the way. To try to give you a better visual of this, how this works. You can see it's attached to the transmission there. Comes up here, it gets attached to the differential, and then it's tied into the engine there. It bolts on that motor mount, one big piece. All right, we're going to go ahead and get this hooked up here. Now I'll be moving this AC compressor and stuff around as needed. When I get it pulled up here a little bit, I'm going to check the straps, make sure I'm not going to break any pull packs or anything. You want to make sure that you're not damaging anything that you can, because you don't know what you're going to have to swap over from your engine, so be cautious. Okay, just an example, this right here, the strap was going to start pushing on this, so I pulled this out. Okay, now back here the strap was coming over this connector right here, so I popped that off. So I've done the same thing on this side. If there's a connector where it's going to hit, I pop that loose so it's not going to break it. Okay, just to show you, I've lifted it up, just a little bit, and we've got, said the clearance on this side is fine. One thing that I didn't get is these transmission cooler lines. It's on a stud, see right there, so I need to pop that down. This side is coming up nicely, however the other side is kind of appears to be stuck. Alright, so got that removed. You can see we're getting some separation here with the transmission. I'm going to try to pull it forward some. Let me show you the other side. As you can see, this side is like barely raised up. Now we also don't have any separation here on this side, but I'm gonna go out here and pull on it and see what happens. Okay, I have moved it some on this side, maybe a quarter of an inch. I'm also adjusting this jack as needed here. I think the main problem I'm having, it's off, the weight is off. It's lifting more on this passenger side than it is on the driver's side. You can see we've raised it up and we've got all kinds of clearance on this side here. What I'm going to try to do is start rocking this back and forth. As you can see here, got it moving. Usually once you get it to moving, you can slip it out. Right, you can see the separation we have on this side, so we are out over here. And we still have clearance for the oil pan here as well. It is not any danger of hitting this. Okay, I'm on the driver's side. I got over here and just rocked this a little bit on this side, just pushing right here with my hand, and it just popped out on this side here as well. It looks to me like the dipstick there is going to be fine, if you can see anything. So I'm going to go ahead. We've got it popped loose. I'm going to try to pull it forward just slightly. Make sure the oil pan's looking good. Okay, so we are going to hit right here, so we are going to have to come up at this point. Okay, I'm just raising it up a little bit at a time and pulling it back. Let me show you where we're at. So you can see we're just catching a little bit on this corner right here on this side, so we need to bring it up a little more. Everything over there is clearing, looks like, as far as the dipstick. Okay, so because I'm having to lift it up to clear the pan, I'm hitting on the coil packs here. So it's wanting to hit on the brake booster. That's where it's hanging me up at. Just down here, it's looking good. Need to come up a little bit, but I want to try to shift it over this way some. Okay, so I found a wire back here, and it wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but it's running around the back of the fuel line here. It's one of them we disconnected, but it's hooked to the back of the intake up there. So I got to get up there and pop that loose. Anyways, this is part of my problem, and luckily this is semi-loose. There, I got that popped loose. So luckily the wires were semi-loose, so I didn't rip it. But it really doesn't need to be behind that fuel line. So I missed one wire clip. That ain't too bad. Alright, I finally broke a coil pack on this brake booster back here. Yeah, I'm going to leave those out when I go to putting this back in. So I'm going to have to come up higher. This is going to start hitting on this. And I really can't do that at this moment. So I'm going to go to the other side and just remove this bracket. See if I can slide it over that way. So these are 18s. I'm going to hold it on this side. Now I may need to remove more of this, so I'm going to see if I can shift it over here and move it some, see what happens. Okay, that's not going to give me the room that I need, so we're going to go ahead and remove this one on this side. Okay, now we got these three right here to contend with. These are 18s as well. Okay, we're just going to hold it from this side and get it from the other. Okay, so those nuts are welded from the other side, so we just got to break it loose from here. They're just really difficult to remove. Now, I sprayed them down with WD-40 like 2 days ago, but it seems to make very little difference. Now, I went ahead and put this bolt temporarily on the transmission over here that's going from this brace. I'll show you in a minute. It's basically just to kind of stabilize this a little better. So yeah, these are or a fight. Yep, just as I figured, a lot of Loctite. So this bolt here is what I was talking about. I just loosely put that in place to kind of hold a little bit of support. Alright, so now we're going to figure out how we're going to get this out of here. Okay, because I have that one off on the other side, I'm trying to push the engine over slightly, just enough to get this to pop off of here. I got a different angle so you can see here. Okay, so just so you can see, push that forward. So if I don't move this, it's going to hit on my spacer plate, all kinds of stuff. Well, too bad they couldn't make this in like 2 pieces or something. I don't know. Alright, we should have plenty of room now. I've just got this little spacer plate that may try to bump there, but I should have plenty of room at this point. This passenger side is clear. I'm going to have to move this around as needed. Just almost clear. Problem where we're at, we're going to hit right there. So we're going to have to take the front grill off and get it out of the way. I think if I'd had my strap coming around here, this off of here, and it coming around the back of this, would have done much better at leveling this out. Okay, I skipped over the grill removal. The battery died, didn't need a step ladder. Set a bunch of little 8mm Well, it's a little bit shaky. So there we have it set out of the way. We'll need to swap many things over. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get this seal, torque converter. And you can see back here where it's leaking. Let's get a close-up. I went ahead and got a drain pan down there, and when we pull this out, it's going to pour out. You can see that's all nice and wet right there. That's fresh. So it's been leaking for quite some time. All right, I'm going to see what I can do with this thing. Now this already has this grease in here, so we don't need to make sure that the torque converter's lubed up. Alright, I've just made sure that's knocked down nice and flush there. I'm gonna make sure I go ahead and clean all that out real good before we stick this back. Yeah, it also has this O-ring. I actually didn't know about this till now. I would have got one of those, but that's more goes up inside there. What really matters is the one we just replaced there. I'm going to put a little bit of this silicone paste, dielectric grease. I'm going to put some of that around this. Okay, I got that cleaned up thoroughly. Now this is the most important step. When you put this in here, you want to make sure that you get it seated in here properly. And I'm going to spill some more fluid here, but that's okay. Be careful. And there it clunked down twice, but it's always a good idea to take your measurement here and make absolutely sure, because once you get the engine up here, set it in place, you're going to know if you didn't get it seated properly, and then you're going to have to pull the engine back out and redo it. So
Very important to make sure, double check it.
So I just want to give you a visual of this from here. You see about how much we have there. And I just want to say I have had them where they didn't want to seat, and what I've had to do is take it back out, turn it slightly, reinstall it, and then it would seat for me. Well, this clunked down 3 times when I spun it in there, and when I check and look directly at the edge here, it's right at about 3/4 of an inch. I want to make sure this is over about in here, I believe, where I need it. I wanted to take the time to show you this while I'm at it. This is the fuel line here. This bracket goes here and here. Those are the ones that were difficult to get to on the top. So the bolts, it sets down there and the bolts go through that. Over on the passenger side, we have the transmission dipstick, and also this vent tube that's attached to that, and then the bolt goes through that, and these are the uppermost difficult ones over here. Okay, I did get one of these O-rings here after all. It was worrying me enough that I ordered one. I said, had I known about it sooner, I would have had this already. Just as an added precaution. All right, now we can get this back in. Okay, and while we got the engine out, we're going to take the time to put some split wire loom over these wires that are showing. I got some 1/2 inch. Here I've got 7 feet of it here. We're gonna start running it down there to see how much. We'll cut it when we get down to this end. I'm also going to put a little bit around this connector and this connector. Take some alcohol, clean these ends where you're going to be taping all this, or you'll never get your electrical tape to stick. I could have went with a 3/8, but I wasn't sure. But this seems a little bit big. All right, and there we have it wrapped down to here. We'll just cut it somewhere here. Right now we're just going to need to use some electrical tape. If you roll this around, you can get this nice and tight. We're just going to go down the length of it. Alright, so that looks good. Okay, just got the replacement engine here today. So this one actually has 160,000 miles on it. Got a pretty good deal. We're going to go about inspecting it. Very first thing I want to do is make sure that crank is turning. Once we get the flex plate where it's free, and getting it unwrapped and looking at it. This claims, according to the bill of lading, to weigh like 590 pounds, so definitely pretty heavy. And it's really kind of nice to get a complete engine, because like I broke that coil pack, I've got a whole set of, I got the coil packs, the intake, everything on here. Now this actually came out of a Durango. I'm not 100% sure if the intake and everything's the same on here. I'm going to find out though. And they even left us the power steering pump down here. Okay, so like I said, the very first thing I want to do is make sure that this crank is turning before I do anything else with this. You can see I just hooked it up to a bolt back here for now, just to move this around, and then I've just run a long bolt and a nut right through there, kind of diagonally. So I've got my 21. Let's see if we can turn it. So we should feel compression for sure, but we should be able to turn this thing. And surprisingly, I have skipped this step before, and now that noise you're hearing is that spacer plate they bent up. So they bent their spacer plate up. Hence the reason to try to be careful when you're removing your engine. Like I said, you never know what you're going to have to reuse. Okay, and you want to kind of give it a look over, and I've just kind of been inspecting it, making sure there's no cracks in the block, anything out of the ordinary. There's a lot of rust, loose rust on here. I'm going to take it out, I think, and pressure wash it. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and get the intake and everything off. I'm going to have to replace the gaskets, intake gaskets. Got a whole bunch of gaskets to replace, but that is one thing on these engines you want to make sure you replace. They're like $10, but you can destroy your engine by not replacing those. Basically, water can get in very easily and hydrolock the engine. You can see, valve covers are leaking. I'm assuming the rear seal's leaking. Oil pan gasket's leaking. The oil pan, I believe, is different. Anyways, I would have to swap that. But this is the stuff you're not going to be able to get to in the vehicle, not easily. We definitely want to go ahead and take care of this, all these gaskets. So you can see all that rust. I'm not really that worried about it, but it's loose. I'm going to get the pressure washer and just blast all this off. And I think while I'm at it, I'm going to get some rust converter and just spray on there. Basically, it just makes a layer, a protective layer. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and take care of that. Now, I do believe the intake and the box up here and everything to be the same from the Ram to the Durango. The only difference I've seen so far is this little protective heat shield right here on the back, which I'm fixing to remove. It's just some 10 millimeters. Said I knew the oil pan was different, but just not sure about wasn't sure about the intake. So it's the same year engine, it's just from a Durango. Yeah, it's just got this little protective heat shield, and that is not on the truck. But yeah, since this one's intake's newer, I'm going to use it since it's the same, and it's probably also cleaner. These are supposed to both be 8 millimeters, but this has been changed before, which is the reason I'm taking it loose here, because I can tell this gasket's still pretty new. Actually looks like this EGR has been replaced. It's way too shiny compared to everything else. I'm just going to go through and label these so there's no confusion when I put it back. I know which one goes where. Or I'm going to take up the spark plug wires. Just got these little clips. Just push that and pull up. And there's like 2 on each side. And now we should be able to lift this up and out of the way here. So just label everything so you get everything back the way it goes without any confusion. I believe we got 5 of these 8 millimeters on each side. Now you want to take the time. I took a wet vac and vacuumed up any debris. I don't want stuff going down into the engine as soon as I pop this loose. So another thing I discovered, some of these are rusted completely off. So if you're up north trying to do this in the vehicle, oh man, what a nightmare. It might just almost be impossible without breaking something. Yeah, this one here and this one I've got here completely rusted off the heads of them. So there was no need in taking the injector loose there, the connectors for that, but already got them loose and labeled anyway. So I'm going to get you in here and show you this one. It's completely rusted off. So I'm probably going to have to take a drill and try to drill that or something. And I got the other one right down in there, all that rusty debris at. It's completely rusted off. Okay, I've gotten one of them here. So I got it drilled with the extractor in there and the head just broke right off. See how bad those intake gaskets are. I'm going to get this cleaned up really good, and I'm just going to put some tape over it, get it covered up. Alright, here you can see I've got everything taped up. I'm going to get some tape on the exhaust manifold pipe there too. This sensor right here was the only thing that I seen different on this Durango engine. It's attached to where the grounding strap is. Now I took my fan off with the serpentine belt on there. I showed you how to do that. Now in this case I don't have the belt on and I want this fan off, so I have this tool here. I've used this for other vehicles too, and it's just a piece of this angled metal. And pretty simple, just run some bolts the appropriate size to fit the holes in here. So I will slide that right in there, just like that. Of course I'll need it on this other side to lock it in place, so I laid it over there to hold it. Now usually just easier to pop this with a hammer, but I'm just using a cheater pipe here to break it loose. So like I said, to make that tool is real easy. All you need to know is your bolt hole distance from center line to center line, and you just drill them and put you a couple bolts in there. You can get a rental tool from the parts stores, but you know, sometimes it's not real easy just to get one. Now I'll probably hold on to this fan for the clutch part, but I know the fan's not any good. I'll go ahead and take these 17s out for the flex plate. I did put a mark here at this hole for the crankshaft. You might be tempted to just leave these alone if they looked okay, but once it's in the truck, if you do have trouble with them, they're going to be very hard to get to. And on top of that, more than likely, the gasket's going to be bad too. So just take them off, deal with it with the engine out, put you some new gaskets and get you some new bolts. Well, just snapped this one. And pretty short too by the looks of it. And from what I hear, you don't want to use the stronger bolts either. It's not a solution, because then it just pulls the threads out of your cylinder head, and then you get to redo that and put a helicoil in there, which is way more work than extracting a broken bolt. I've got 3 broken off on this side so far, and more than likely this was already leaking. You usually tell once you pop the manifold off. Well, this one here appears to be a 13. The bottom one maybe a 12. All right, looks like this one's going to break as well. So this one and this one here broke off real low, so those will be fun. So I'll just go the other side and do the same thing. I think I'm going to go ahead and pop this off while I'm at it. Just using that. Now this is just a Chrysler puller. Before I can get the timing cover, I'm going to work on getting all of these 10 millimeters under here loose. I'm going to get all of them but a couple. I'll leave like 2 in the middle just so it's not leaking, but We're going to get all the rest of them because it's going to have to come off and be swapped anyway. So we got all these little bolts out, 10mm, except for the studs. I've left those on each side. Got it set down here on blocks. We'll have to reconnect the chain somewhere. Or I believe we only have 6 of them here. I've got them labeled. I don't know about the links on these either. They look to be the same so far. Okay, there's a short one. All my bolts are labeled so I know exactly where they go. See the condition of these gaskets, and they're completely gone right in here. So it has a lip there that goes in seats against. If you weren't removing this, you'd have to get a screw and try to yank it out that way. Alright, I wanted to give y'all a view of setting the tool up. This bolt has a hollow. The long rod goes in it. We slip this. This is going to go in there. The rod's going to bottom out. This crank pulley actually has some flats here that these are going to lock onto. So all 3 of those are going to be locked onto those flats. And we're going to tighten it up here. I'm removing this one because I like the crank pulley on this one better, and I'm probably going to use the timing cover off of this one. But anyways, I wanted to show y'all setting this up because I think I'd set it up reverse on the other one. This is the way you're supposed to set it up. Okay, I'm going to go over all the gaskets I'm replacing on this used engine. I wouldn't even consider putting it in without replacing all of these gaskets. I'm going to go ahead and start over here on the left. So got some new hoses, lower and upper. Got some valve cover gaskets. This is the timing cover gasket and the front seal for the crankshaft pulley there. Got both of those. We've got a fail-safe thermostat, torque converter seal. There's also an O-ring that goes in that on that torque converter, so you're going to need to get that as well. Intake gaskets, very important. You're going to need 16 spark plugs. I'm using the Platinum 3570s, so I do have to get 4 more. Got a Fel Pro rear main seal, exhaust manifold gaskets. I really like these Fel Pro. They really work nice when you have imperfect surface. Exhaust manifold bolts, you want to make sure you put new ones in. A lot of anti-seize. These as well. These are your little no turn, anti-rotation tabs and your new bolts. I can leave links to these. These are exactly the same length. I looked at a lot of these. Same for the exhaust manifold bolts. So I can leave links to those. You may need to replace one of these. So one of mine was completely corroded. This Dorman for the exhaust manifold is actually heavier duty than the original. Got a OEM oil pan gasket, very important. Like I said, you can't get to these seals. They're almost impossible to get to within the truck, so you want to replace all these seals. Water pump, I'm going to replace this out of precaution because I find that these are notorious for going out even with low miles, so this is going to get replaced as well. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get this installed. It's got this little protective sleeve. This said you got to take great care in cleaning this up good, and I've cleaned this all. So I've got it setting on some boards here. It's flat just to protect the surface, but it's just easier to install while it's out. Just going to start tapping it evenly. Until it goes down and seats all the way. This does go in pretty tight, so I'm using a block, just setting it on the edges here. I believe this replacement seal is like slightly thinner than this, so it's set down a little farther. I probably should have stopped flush, but I switched over to this and I was going to tap it down some more because it didn't look like it was up against the seat. Now it's like a little bit slightly below the surface, which is fine, but I kind of would have rather it been up here more flush. So this has a little nylon inner seal as well as like the rear main seal, and so that's why they got that on there. They don't want you rolling it accidentally when you're putting it on. But I think this will be fine. If not, I guess I'll deal with it. So I put this timing cover in a tub and soaked it and scrubbed it and everything for a while. Just get all of the old grime off of it. So you want to make sure that way this channel will be nice and clean. Now this seal sets in here really nice and tight. And just go around and make sure it's pushed down good. Right, and I've already got that surface clean. Now of course the oil pan is unbolted except for just a few bolts holding it on, and that will be swapped out, but I'm just going to set it on there. Now you're going to see me using a lot of medium Loctite. I'm only putting like 6 bolts I think in for now. The majority of the bolts are on the water pump that hold this all together. Like I said, all these have been labeled. I marked them. Everything come out, even the water pump. And this timing cover has alignment dowels. Just going to run these down by hand a little bit. Alright, I'm going to be tightening these to 21 foot-pounds. And I'm just going to kind of jump around a little bit. Again, I'm using medium Loctite on these, and I've got them all numbered and laid in the other pump here too. I know where everything goes. Right, I'm just gonna go around and kind of zigzag and snug them up here. And our 15. So you should count 11. We're going to go 21 foot-pounds. So I'm just kind of jumping around from top to bottom. You can do them ever how you want. We're going to go 21. Right, and then said go back and double check them. Just go around and make sure you count 11 of them, that you torqued 11. Alright, I'm going to get this crank pulley here. I've been taking some of this gray Scotch-Brite and running it around here and cleaning this up real good. Just pulling this sleeve out. I'm going to take some clean oil and put around this. I'm going to also take and put a good amount around this for the seal. Alright, we just have to tap it on a little ways and then we can get our bolt. Let's see how many turns we can get here. Yeah, we got at least 7 turns out of that. And like I said, I've got 7 full turns, and we can just use the bolt to just pull it on down. And I've got this oiled really good. I'm gonna get a pry bar in here because it's wanting to start to turn on me. Okay, and you'll know when you get it far enough, it's not going to move anymore. Alright, we got to torque this to 129 foot-pounds. Right, and I'm putting that little, you can see it up in there, that little tab, we're going to put that straight up. So it's straight up that way. And so it's right in behind that, so as long as that's straight up. We're going to get this in place. A little bit of medium Loctite. Torquing these to 15 foot-pounds. All right, I'm getting ready to get this seal on here. And like with the front cover, ideally you want to do these and then your oil pan. Like, you know, these need to go on first. You can do it with the oil pan bolted in place, but you do have to take these bolts out and you have to seal it really good on the bottom before you push your rear seal on there. But I'm going to be replacing oil pan gasket anyways, an oil pan. So I've already got all the bolts pretty much out of the oil pan, all these under here. We're getting ready to take this off. All right, so let's get these 8mm here out. The 10s on the bottom are already out. It's going to really stick down here. It's stuck more than I thought it'd be. I'm just prying right here. You have to be careful or you can damage the pan. Okay, we've got the putty knife under there, so it should come free. Right, I'm going to take a rag and clean up the crank. And I'm just going to give this surface here a wipe down. It's really nothing to clean on it. Now I'm going to take a little bit of this gray Scotch Brite. This is the kind you get from like a paint store. And I'm going to just go around and smooth it down, and then I will clean it one more time with alcohol. So you can see it's this surface right here that matters. This little 3/4 of an inch right here. It's shiny. And I'll wipe it up again with some alcohol. Now at this point you want to put some clean oil or something on this surface. In this case I'm just going to use some of this because it's handy. Okay, now the whole point in this tool here is because you have the outer seal and you have that inner seal, and you don't want to fold that inward while you're installing this. You can see that in there, and it does happen. If you fold it inward, then you're going to have to get another seal. So we're going to start pushing this on, and this tool with it. We're going to try to. Okay, well, the tool doesn't go very far, it just stops there, but as long as it's in place, we can slide this over it, and then we'll remove it. Got to get this straightened up. Okay, so to get this going, you actually have to drop this pan down. You can't really, I mean, you could get it, but it could be problems with your seal. So to get it going smoothly, you want the pan to be down, and then of course, you know, the pan's glued to the bottom of the gasket, and the gasket's bolted to the block. So I just kind of pushed it down once I got the pan loose, because I want to make sure this is going on here nice and straight. So basically this tool prevents that seal from trying to flip back. And this has alignment pegs, I believe they're here and here. I'm going to be putting some medium Loctite on these. So with the pan out of the way, like it really should be, it slips on very easy. It's just, you kind of run the risk of messing up the seal, because it should go on smoothly, and once the pan was dropped down, it just slipped right on, no problem. It just wants to catch on that gasket. I have done them with the pan in place, but ideally you want to do it this way. Good idea to do this one first, since it has the alignment pegs. Just don't get them tight, just loosely run them all down. Right, this is an inch pound. We're going to be tightening this to 132 inch-pounds. We'll start here. And a good idea, you know, just to double check, make sure your seal looks good, that it's not flipped or turned or anything looks off. Alright, so what I'm working on is I just kind of start up at the front, start working under this gasket. This is the pan. I have to swap this pan from the truck and put it over onto the other engine. Even if it wasn't a Durango, it's rusted so bad that I wouldn't use it. But just having to work my way down one side at a time, because this has to be loose from the pan so we can drop it down. So I'm just taking popping this right here loose, working all the way around it. So the putty knife works well, so you're not bending your pan up. Still hanging on the end down there, and that would be where the RTV is. Alright, about got it. So there, we got it dropped down. So I'm just having to lift this engine up, get this old pan. I'm going to take the other old pan, stick it on this one. I'm not sure if I have to have that pickup tube. I'm going to check that. I believe it to be different, but I'm going to have to get it off here to know for sure. This is a 13. There's a 13 millimeter nut down there as well. Usually oil will dump out of this when you get this loose, so be prepared for that. Now with that bolt out, we can rock this loose. Just leaving that in place. I'm going to stick the other pan back on here. So these are quite a bit different, if you can see this. Basically the truck one extends out farther quite a bit, which the oil pan is different, I figured. Looks like it extends like another maybe 2-3 inches or so. So I'm just going to stick this one back on here. So then I'm just going to swap the other one the same way. I'm going to put that other pan back on here. Okay, I've been cleaning on the pickup tube and oil pan. Spent over an hour on the inside of that oil pan. It was really dirty, caked on, and it had some tiny metal flakes. This wasn't too bad to clean. A little soap and water and a little wire brush cleaned it up. Got the oil pan or the gasket ready to go here. Make sure that you got your little O-ring on there. So pay particular attention to this. Make sure you get all the stuff blowed out of this. I used an air hose. So, scrubbed it. Make sure this is completely clean, no debris or anything in it. Spent the majority of the time cleaning the inside of this. Like this said, you can still see a little bit of residue. I was using a wire brush and scrubbing it. Started out with my purple cleaner. So that stuff right there, wire brush. Okay, up under here, went down both sides with the putty knife. You're going to have a little bit of the debris stuck on from the old gasket. Putty knife. Then I took a little bit of alcohol, a rag, and all the way around it. More especially these areas. These are where your leaks are going to be. This is where we got to put the RTV. The junction area between this surface and this surface. Same at the other end. That's where you're going to put the RTV. This is what I have handy, so it's what I'm using. Ultra black is the best. So I'm going to start running a bead. Mainly you just need it in here, but I'm going to make sure that I run it up a little bit up this way, just in case there's any defects in the pan. So like that, looks pretty good. Don't get too carried away with it like I did. Okay, see where we've got it on the back side here as well. First thing I'm going to do is get the pan set. If I can get. I'm going to try to get it halfway close, and I'm going to use one of these to temporarily hold it. Get one on the other side. Okay, what I've done is I've put several bolts. I probably see, what have I got, like maybe, I don't know, 7 or 8 bolts around this gasket. That way I know that it's in alignment when I go to put this into place. So I'm going to wipe that out and get this up in here. All right, we got to feed this into place, and then we got to get it on our stud. And I'm not going to torque this 13, but if I were, I would probably only go like 15 foot-pounds. Now, I did put some medium Loctite on that. Come over to the other side and make sure it's seated right. So So that's why it's important for our gasket to be in alignment here, because once we tighten these down, it's not going to move. So I'm going to go ahead and take all of these back out, and we're going to get our pan in place. Okay, I stand corrected. This does not lock the pan down on this one, but it does help hold it in place for you while you're getting the pickup tube and stuff on. It's a little bit tricky. All right, I got one end up here. Okay, now also these here where you see my paint mark, that's where the stud is going to go. So put yourself a mark. Now I'm using medium Loctite. And I got a stud that's going to go right here. And another one's going to go right here. All right, now we're just going to get them all in. It's got everything going loosely. Make sure we have them all in before we ever start tightening them down. And if you're not missing at least a bolt, you're doing really good. All right, I'm just going to start in the middle, going from side to side, snugging them down. Okay, I got my inch-pound torque wrench. We're going to go 89 inch-pounds on these. Start here in the middle. And we're going to zigzag from one side to the other. I'll just go here and go back to the other side. Right, so you get the idea. And then we'll finally come down here. And now we'll just go back around and double check them all. We're going to get to work removing the valve covers here. These are 8 millimeters. Okay, I was just gently hitting it back here, in this case with a socket. Kind of broke it loose there. Again, really dirty. These seals don't look horrible, but they were leaking. All right, we'll just get the other side. All right, so I got the valve covers cleaned up, getting ready to put the gaskets on. Got the surface over there on the head clean, but before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and start putting these spark plugs in. If I'm going to have a problem, I want to know it now. Probably should have checked this out earlier. We're going to go ahead and see. We start putting these in, make sure all the threads feel good. These are the 3570 Platinum. Now, I was reading that it's best just to put the copper in, but I've already got these, so I'm using these now, but they say that those actually work the best with these. So you're going to need a 16. And I forgot to mention, these get gapped to 40 to 45. So you want to check these. All right, last one. All right, so I'm just going to go around and get them snugged in, and we'll come back with a torque wrench. Okay, all these over here felt good. I was able to snug them down to they're nice and solid. Now, if you have any little bit of dirt or anything, corrosion, take your plug out. If you start getting resistance, take it out, clean it off with a wire brush, and put it back in. This is the only one here that I had any issue with. I just took it out, cleaned it off a little bit, put it back in. Now, these are a tapered plug, so they seal by tightening down in, you know, to the taper. So you don't want it, they don't have the normal gasket, so you don't want to over torque these. They get torqued to 13 foot-pounds. You don't want to exceed 15. We'll start right here. So when you get it, I've just ran them down by hand so far, and you can see how much I'm putting on here. It's not a lot. I didn't use any anti-seize or anything. I don't want anything to interfere with the torque. I do like to use anti-seize sometimes. That's all we're doing, 13 foot-pounds. Like I said, I've just ran them down to snug. Is all I've done. And I'm not tightening it much more. All right, so they're all good. I'm happy about that. All right, we're going to start getting these valve cover gaskets on. So the little smaller tapered part has to go in. It won't fit in the other way. The ones that I dug off here felt like plastic. That's how hardened they were. Very difficult to remove too. I had to use a pick tool. So these are both identical. Again, the little smaller tapered part. I did spend a good amount of time cleaning on this. Used the purple cleaner again and finished up just a little bit of soap, scrubbing it up with the wire brush. And as I said, you're going to see me using medium Loctite. I have a thing with bolts, and I've had them vibrate loose before, so. And I never have issue getting medium Loctite loose. Not the stuff I use, at least. And if you notice, I put the little bolt with the strap right back there. And if somebody can tell me the purpose of that, I'd kind of like to know. Start snugging these up, just starting in the middle and zigzagging out. Alright, we got our inch pound. I'm going to start in the center here. Let's do the same thing. We're only going to go 80 inch pounds. Anywhere from 70 to 80 inch pounds is plenty. Alright, we'll just stick this back down. Alright, I'll just do the other side the same way. We're going to get our exhaust manifold installed. I got these wiped up, cleaned up the surface on the head a little bit. Got all of our bolts laid out, studded, and our little nuts for the heat shield. Not going to be putting the heat shields on at this time though. Now the gaskets are different from either side. This one has the hole for the EGR, so it only goes on this side. This will face the cylinder head. This is going to face out just like this. Now, for some reason, the kit didn't come with all of these studded bolts. You actually need 5 over here on this side. If you get confused about what goes where, you can just look at this right here. So you can clearly see the thickness difference here and here. So your short bolts are going to go there, and then these are going to go here. So every place you have a thick spot, you need a studded bolt. So anyways, I'm going to be forced to reuse one of the old ones because I didn't have enough in the kit, but we will be putting anti-seize on every single one of these and a lot of it. I'm going to go ahead and fit the gasket on here like so. Now I'm going to take one of these bolts. Now, instead of using the little applicator because it gets it all over me, I'm just going to be dipping this, and you just need it like around the lower part there, and if you're careful you won't get it all over you. Oh, and before I forget, now on a used engine, and say you're just putting the new gaskets on yours, you will have broken off studs, at least in the back. Now the best thing I can tell you is to get yourself a welder or somebody that's got a welder, a MIG welder, weld a nut on it and remove them that way. If you don't know how to weld, like I said, get somebody else. It's going to save you a lot of headache. I drilled mine out, and I should have just got a welder and done it. Out of 3 that were seized, I had to put helicoils in 2 of them, so I only salvaged 1 out of 3. That's not very good odds. So just forewarning you. Alright, so I'm gonna now these on this side are fine. I didn't have any issues. I was able to get all of the studs out, but on the driver's side, they were all complete. The 3 of them were seized up. That old one was the first one I grabbed, and I'm going to put it up here. So we're just going to get plenty of anti, so hopefully in the future they will break. Just a matter of when. So I'm just dipping it in here. It's good to get the top ones in first and kind of run them down by hand so you don't get the bottom ones cross-threaded, or at least try to. All right, I'm just going to start in the middle. Loosely run them down. I'll switch over to my 13 here. I'll just go around, finish snugging these by hand. All right, I'm going to torque these to 18 foot-pounds. We'll get our 13s. All right. Okay, we're going to get the flex plate on. I just want to say, while you have this out here, check every single one of these threads. I've checked these, run a little white lithium with a bolt, blowed them all out, make sure they're threading good. Blowed these here out too, clean this surface off. Very first thing, make sure that you put this on. And it's just going to set like that. We're going to set a flex plate. You notice the white mark there, that's so I don't have to guess how to orient it there. Okay, we're going to torque this to 70 foot-pounds. I'm going to do it in a couple of steps. I'm going to do 45 on the first pass. And we're just going to kind of zigzag around here, star pattern-ish. I'm going to go 45, and then I'm going to come back and do the 70. This is how I'm holding the crank. Alright, this is the final pass. 70 foot-pounds. Now I'm just going to go completely around and make sure I didn't skip any. Okay, so it just occurred to me why the dust shield's flopping around everywhere. The alignment pegs are not even on the engine here. So this is what we're missing, see on the old engine here. So I need to try and carefully remove those. I'm going to probably knock them out from the back side with something and put them on the other one here. So I just got myself a bolt just coming through the back side here because it has a hole. Now I am really glad there's a hole in this. There would be no getting these things out otherwise. These are really stuck. It took me a minute to break it free. Alright, going back into the top hole, got a little grease. We don't want to get carried away with hitting it, damage or mushroom the end. Try to get it straight. And we're just going to go to that line, pre-existing line there. So you can see that line right there. That's where we're going to go to. And said I don't want to get rough with it. Right there's good. So these pins have already have a taper on it, slight taper. But if you go to banging on it too hard, you can mushroom the end. So the best I can tell, it's sticking out about 7/16 of an inch. The other trick is getting this to slip on here. Yeah, I really kind of dropped the ball on that because it's a little more difficult to get it on the pegs with the flex plate in the way. Alright, we're going to go ahead and take care of this grounding strap here. Tuck that up where it's going to be out of the way a little bit. And down here I put grease in here. This torque converter's going to go. I put grease on these pegs. Over here too. I'm just working on putting these coil packs in here for now, and I'm putting a little medium Loctite on each of them. Right, I'm getting ready to put the intake gaskets on. Now, I did clean this very well. I took the injectors off and took my pressure washer and sprayed it both sides. Now, if you're going to do that, you do have to blow it out with air really good. And also, I've had it sitting out in the sun, so any water or anything in there would have evaporated out by now. And you got to make absolutely sure that it's dry, but it's a good way to clean it out, get all the old oil and the gunk out of there. So you got a little tab there. I've already got this surface clean. I just gotta hopefully get this HVAC tape back off. You want to make absolutely sure those gaskets are staying in place. Hopped over to the other side. Just getting these loosely. Make sure they're all going to start, no problem. I've got my PCV valve out. I was cleaning it. You can tell how much I cleaned on this thing with the pressure washer. And like I said, getting down like where these said the injectors out. So if I ever do have to work on this, I don't have to worry about as much crud and stuff falling and getting down in here. Alright, so I'm going to start snugging them up from side to side. Okay, so I'm going to start in the middle. I'm only going to go 96 inch-pounds on mine. I'm going to zigzag. Alright, now I'll just go around and double check them once more. Now I'm purposely leaving these last two coil packs here because they were hitting on the brake booster and I wound up breaking one of them. If you leave a lot of this intact, it's not near as hard to put back in place. You can see where they snap. So we got a place right there. Place right there. Alright, so I've got all these numbered and we're just going to go ahead and get everything reconnected here. I'll go back and get the locks. Just making sure I've got everything routed right. All right, I'm just going to get the other side. I believe I'm going to leave the EGR tube out of place. I was worried removing it if I was going to damage it or something, so I don't think it's going to be too difficult to pop it in there and put that clip in. All right, we're ready to start installing the engine here. I'm going back in differently. I wanted to try it with the chain this time and see if this method would work. And I've just got a long bolt going through here where the AC compressor mounts diagonally back here. Now the only thing that I don't like, it looks like I'm slightly tilted. It's pretty good, but it may be a problem. I may have to adjust this slightly, but I've just got a longer bolt than the one that goes to the strap, and I've taken the strap loose there momentarily. Alright, so I've got it leveled out a little bit better here. Probably as good as I'm going to get it. You'll note the cardboard to keep it from damaging the important port there for the EGR tube. Right, it's definitely not the time to get in a hurry. You spend a lot of time doing engine prep. You don't want to get in a hurry installing it and wind up damaging something. So we're going to get it lifted up here, scoot it in a little closer. We're going to start taking it down. You got to keep in mind as we lower it, it's going to push the boom back, so we have to kind of pull it out some as needed. All right, we'll carefully start lowering this. I'm going to have to scoot it over a little bit to the left. Right, I'm going to start taking it back some here. Just to show you what we got going on under here. The oil pan has to go past the differential there. Right, I'm going to kind of see if I can show you what's going on here. We're going to start carefully lowering it here. And I got to be mindful of the differential and everything that I have up top here too. I'm almost going to hit so it is kind of a tight fit at the top with the throttle housing intake up there, and then kind of easing this back and over the difference. So I've got like maybe a 1/4 of an inch before I hit there. So we're pretty well clear right there, so we can start going back farther. So we'll see if I can lower it a little more. I think I'm back behind the differential now, and I am. I'm going to lower a little bit, and then I'm going to go look. So I need to come in here and look on each side, make sure nothing's caught, nothing's hitting. So we got some wires that may be questionable here. Same thing on this side. Just coming in here and looking. Okay, I'm just lowering it a little more here. It's looking pretty good. Now remember, once I get it back here behind where the mount's going to go, the mount bracket, I need to work those mount brackets in before I start lowering this. Otherwise, we'll not be able to get them in. I'm going to take it down a little more. And I'm like way high in the back. Actually was better with it tilted a little bit to the front here. So the chain actually working out pretty good. The only thing I wish, like I said, I had it tilted just a little bit slightly going to the back. It would have worked out better because the back end's a little too high. I think we're going to go ahead and get our mounting brackets. I got to start with the one over on the driver's side. That's the most difficult one. I'm going to see what I can do about getting that in place, and then I'll put the one over here before we lower it anymore. Alright, on the driver's side here, I'm just fed this bracket right back up through here. You notice I got this board. This is just kind of supporting the transmission a little bit for now. Just feeding it right in there, and we're going to have to shove the engine over a little bit to set it down on there. And once we get this in place, if I need to, I can get this kind of secured a little bit and set the engine down and readjust it. At least once I get this one and the other one in place. Right, see right here is where we got to go. We'll have to get this situated. We'll shove the engine. This is the same way I took them off. Okay, so it's actually easier said than done. I've had to lift the engine back up, and I'm just now trying to work this in place, and it keeps getting hung up. All right, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and put those bolts in there, and I think I've got it where I need it for now, on this side anyway. Okay, so after I fought with this for 30 minutes, I finally realized what I was doing wrong. Okay, so that part that goes on the transmission has to kind of go in place, and the transmission was too low. I had to raise it way up. Once I raised the transmission, it pretty much fell right into place. Just putting these nuts on here loosely for now. We still got to bolt it to the engine. And if I have to, I can take these back out to bolt it, but this will at least give me a place to set it if I need to. And so I'm going to go ahead and lower it back down to where I had it sort of-ish, and see if I can get the other side in place. So I'm going to start lowering this down to where it's close to my mounts here. So that's where we're at here. You see we got a little bit of an angle here though. Yeah, I've kind of got it setting down here a little bit, and I'm just kind of sliding it back. Okay, I want to show you, I just kind of got a couple of boards here. Essentially this is just sitting here in the cradle. There's no tension on it. What I'm going to do is unhook the chain in the back there where that grounding strap was. I'm going to go ahead and put that grounding strap on. Alright, so I just put that grounding strap to the back there. Just put it where that bolt for my chain was and unhook the chain. Said it's at least a little bit easier with it spaced out here. Now I just put another bolt over here. I'm going to just lift slightly on the front and see if I can get the angle I need here. Alright, let's go check it. Okay, I'm just lifting it up here on the driver's side. You can see in there we're really close. Get it to focus in. See, we're like right, we're not far off there, and all I've done is just set it down basically and lifted the front. I'm gonna lift just a little bit more. Let's go look at the other side, and again we're just right here. And just to show you, I've just put these mounts, or these brackets, loosely in there. The engine's just setting right there, just setting on them. Both sides, they're just cradled there. And I've got the strap or the chain on the front. We're just going to go ahead and lift it a little more here. Now you need to make sure you don't have any wires or anything that's going to get pinched when you push this together, but I want y'all to watch this. We're going to tilt this up a little bit. That is pretty close. Let me check the other side. The other side looks pretty good. If these pegs are lining up, then the torque converter should line up. So I'm going to go ahead and try to shove this together. Alright, I'm a little bit caught here. Right, so this is real close here. I'm gonna get a bolt right here. And I've got a board under here, I'll show you in a second. I'm just slightly lifting up on it. Now, very important to make sure that you are threading this only by hand. But this, okay, it's really not wanting to go. I've got it real close to this alignment peg. Maybe I can shift it here. Okay, now, if it's not going to go smoothly, don't try to put it. All right, let me try to shift it a little more. Let's go check the other side. All right, we're over here at the driver's side. I'm using a 2x4 just to nudge it. So it doesn't take a lot to move this. As you can see, I'm just kind of nudging it into place there. Hard to see with everything in the way on this side. Right here my finger's pointing, that's where that alignment peg was. We were able just to nudge that into place. I probably can get this one since the other side is in its peg. Alright, I got it a few turns there. May have some crud in the threads, but it does feel like it's going. Now we're back on the passenger side. This doesn't look like this one moved any. And this is what it should do. If once you've got your pegs in place, you should be able just to hand tighten this. But we're going to try to push this on together. We mainly want these on here so it doesn't pop back out of place. So that's as far as I can go with my hand. Now this thing's pretty much together. I'm going to go up here and shove it a little bit. I should be able just to shove it into place. Not sure if I moved it any. All right, what I've been doing is taking my 2x4 on each side and kind of rocking this thing a little bit and shoving it, and it's going into place. It's just got a little too much tension on the back. All right, I've got it lined up better because the bolt is threading in by hand. This is what it should do. That'll prevent it from backing off, and I can basically wiggle it a little more and get it up there a little closer. All right, we've got them where we can tighten them all the way down by hand. If I can show you the bell housing on this side. All right, I'm on the driver's side. Now once we get it run down with our hand, we're going to come in here with our 16 and we'll snug it down. And these are the very first bolts that you will put in once you have your alignment pegs. And we're going to snug these up real good. All right, now we're on the passenger. All right, the very next thing you want to do before you put any more bolts in is take your 21 and check and make sure your crank is turning freely. And if you can't do that, then you're going to have to pull it back out and reseat your torque converter. Okay, the engine had a little bit of twist. Basically, I've just moved it over a link, put more tension on this side here, and I've kind of like twisted it just a little bit here to get them to line up. I want to get these bolts and the motor mount plates there our 4 little bolts. Alright, now you should have already run a bolt through there and checked the threads. Have these cleaned out. And I also took a wire brush to the bolts to get the old Loctite off of there. So if you do that, you should be able to thread them down by hand. Alright, we're fixing to get the one on the passenger side here. Okay, I had to put a little tension on this side with my chain because it was doing the same thing. It's kind of in a bind. I had to lift a little bit of weight off of this side to get these bolts to going, just like I did on the other side. So I'm just switched, and now they're going in perfectly fine. I've ran those all the way down by hand. I'm just going to go ahead and get the ones into the transmission over on this driver side. All right, here we go. Should be able to thread these all the way down by hand. Alright, so the transmission will be supported and everything with the engine bracket there now. So I'm going to go ahead and start torquing these to 35 foot-pounds. I'm going to be using an extension and a swivel on these. 35 as well, and you see I knocked that bolt back there so I can get to the nut. Probably going to come from underneath the swivel for this one. I don't need to move the bolt on this one. Alright, I'm going to come at these from the front. Alright, working on this passenger side. Going 35 foot-pounds on all these. Okay, so that's all of our mounting plate bolts. I was going to start putting the transmission bolts in. I realized that I hadn't put this little wire harness back on these studs where it goes here. It snaps up top there as well. There, we got that locked in place. Now we got this little grounding strap that goes here. A little 11 millimeter Might even leave this off for a minute because I'm not sure if it's going to be in the way here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and snug it up. I think it's going to be out of my way. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm over here because I can easily reach up here and get these threaded down most of the way. I'm going to start with the uppermost. This is for the bolt that goes through the transmission dipstick here. I have to pull that dipstick down slightly to get it into alignment. I'm going to reach right up through here and place this one and then the lower one. So I know you're not going to be able to see anything, but you can see where I'm going. I'm just reaching right through here, pulling this down. I should be able to thread this easily by hand all the way down because I chase these holes. Now I can also get up here with my little micro ratchet and finish snugging it. But we're going to have to get out here with the extension to probably get some torque on it. I don't think I'm going to be able to get in here with a torque wrench. All right, now this next one, it's pretty much just right here behind this thing right here. I'm just filling it with my finger. It's the lower one, and I'm just putting this one in. Snug it just a little. Over here on the driver's side, we're going to kind of do something a little bit similar with as far as getting them in here. We're just going to kind of reach up from under. So just reaching under here, I'm going to at least be able to get that one there. So I'm going to try to reach up here and pull that bracket down. Now we just got that upper one. Okay, I'm underneath here. I'm going to attempt to reach up here and place this other one. And there's a lot of stuff with the 4x4. But as long as I can feel it, I can work it in place. Now the good thing is I reach and get them like this. I can pretty much screw them all the way down, and then I'll reach up with a small ratchet and give it a little bit more, and then I just have to get back with a long extension to do the torquing. Alright, I'm about to torque all of the transmission bolts. Start with these center ones next to the alignment pegs. I'm going to go 45 on these two here. We'll get the one on the other side. Okay, now the one on this side, there's so much stuff in the way that we can't get the torque wrench in here. So what we're going to do is come through the front here, this little area with a long extension. I was showing y'all the wrong spot. It goes right through here. Right, I'm going to be using 4 foot of length here. Also got a swivel and the 15 millimeter. We're going to start torquing the other ones on the upper part of the bell housing. I'm going to put a little bit of tape around this to keep it from flopping as much. So you're going to come way back here with your extension, have yourself a light so you can see the bolts from up there. So I'm just getting way back here and looking, and with my light, and I'm going to take my extension and guide it. Now this is the lower of the two. You can see I'm way back here. Torque this to 35. Okay, now there's that uppermost one, and we're going to have to do it the same way. And also warn you, there's a vent tube that you may need to shove it over slightly. So let me get this position. I kind of have my camera in my way. It's making it more difficult for me than it would be. Alright, so there we have it on. So the key is to keep firm pressure. I'm kind of using my knee a little bit. There we have it. All the way from back here. So you see where I'm at back here behind this. Here's your transmission stuff, drive shaft. And I'm right back here underneath this, going up with my 4-foot extension. We're going to get over on the other side. It's a little bit different. I think I'm using shorter extensions. We'll see. Okay, we're going to use the 4-foot over here as well. What you're looking at is my socket up on the uppermost one there. Said it's much easier to get you a light. Okay. So we're just going to position that. All right, and there we have those. Now, this is where I'm coming through over on this side. Okay, I got my 21 on here and point it down so I can turn it from underneath. Getting ready to get our torque converter bolts in here, the 14mm torque converter bolts. Okay, so I can feel my torque converter tab right here where it's gonna screw to, but I don't have this in the right place, so I need to rotate it till I can get that hole over here. You can spin the torque converter a little bit with your finger. I don't really have a good angle to show you right here. I need to kind of move the camera. Alright, that's about the best I can do. You can kind of see it there a little bit, see the threads. And you notice that it's setting probably an 1/8 inch of clearance, but that's, you know, what you want. It'll pull it up. We'll want to run this. Just using my little micro ratchet, little 14. I'm going to pull this all the way back up. Not tight, but just pull it up and leave it loose till you get all the other ones in. So I've just run it up and just kind of backed it off just a little bit so it's not tight till we get all of them in. Now, if you just like put it in there hand tight and don't pull it up, and then you go to trying to tighten them all, they'll get hung up in there, so don't do that. So in order to torque these with my torque wrench, I gotta have this in a specific area, like right here, to be able to fit my torque wrench. It's right here with this little alignment with that hole. That seems to work out. So we're going to torque this to 35 foot-pounds. All right, I'll mark that. We know that's where we started. And we'll just continue on around here. Right, and that's all of them, but it's not a bad idea to go around them once more and double check them. All right, I'm going to try to work on getting this starter in here next. I may have to go underneath here. I use this extension to feed this one. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, I think I got it that time. I'm going to torque these to 35 as well. That's the lower one. Let's see about getting to this upper one here. You can torque the upper one by coming over here to this other side of this shaft, but it's just not real easy because there's not a lot of room. But there we have them. A 13 millimeter. Okay, I've got everything together here. We're going to get this little center bracket for the transmission engine here. A little bit of medium Loctite. All right, so get that in place. All right, we'll get the other side. Now again, before I started this, I checked all these threaded holes and made sure the bolts went in easily. All right, I'm gonna start torquing these to 35 foot-pounds, starting with these up here. I'll just double check these over here. Now I'm going to get these two, got a little bit of an extension here. That's if I can get it to even cooperate. There's that one. All right, while it's here handy, we're going to get this drain plug. M14 1.5. What I like about these aftermarkets, a lot of times they'll have a bigger head on it. This has got a 16 millimeter, so a little bit better as far as not rounding it off. A lot of times these get over torqued is half the problem. This only gets like 25, I think. All right, next thing up, these big 18 millimeter bolts. You want to get plenty of Loctite on these. Another thing I've done is taken a wire brush and made sure that I got all of the old Loctite off. It's just gonna help them go back in a little easier because they put a lot on it in the factory, which rightfully so. You know, you don't want these things coming out. I know taking these out, I had to fight with them every thread of the way, and you can see I'm just putting them back in by hand here. All right, I'm going to be torquing these to 85 foot-pounds. Okay, another thing that is handy is this O2 sensor. We're going to go ahead and reconnect. Got to make sure it clicks. If you don't hear that. Okay, one thing I dropped the ball on is this knock sensor that I was supposed to already have put back before the starter. So I'm going to have to figure out how to get that in there. Remember, it angled kind of, I guess you could say at like 5 o'clock. Okay, I did get that one in there, no problem. You see how I've got it, like 5 o'clock or so. Okay, we have this wire, and I've labeled it here. If you can see anything, it's going to go down here and stick to the stud on the oil pan. This one's going to go back there as well. It's going to go under here. I'll locate that stud here. I'm just feeling. I'm just pulling the knock sensor wire through this side. All right, we'll get this pushed on here. And reclipped it right there on that stud on the oil pan.
I'm going to get this one on this passenger side. And this one's going to angle about 7, 8 o'clock-ish or so. And while it's here nice and handy, we're going to take care of the crank sensor and knock sensor wire. I'm going to fasten these up here. I think the next thing we're going to take care of is the horizontal bolts for the mounts here. I got my 18mm holding it. I don't want it pushing on my brake line. We're going to torque these to 85 foot-pounds. Kind of got my 18mm setting on a socket there to get me some, so it's not hitting the brake line, but I can get both hands over here. All right, now I'm getting the upper here. All right, we'll get the other side. Okay, over on the driver's side, these aren't real easy to get to. Just so much stuff in the way, you can't hardly torque it. I'm holding right there, and then I've come down with just an extension out here and just put a swivel on there, and that's how I'm doing it. So with the wrench there, not too bad. Now, because I was using this and that wire, I was worried about it damaging that for the starter, I had to take that wire back off. Also took the knock sensor wire off there as well. Are about to get our manifold to down pipe, and we got some new bolts with our little anti-rotation tabs. Got 2 of these for each side. They're made to kind of center themselves up in that hole, so you shouldn't have too much trouble. They just need to have the tab bent down so it's nice and snug and don't slip off. I'm going to kind of lift up on this pipe here. I want to make sure that I'm getting that flange centered. I'm going to go to the other side, and I'm just going to get this loosely on here and go to the other side as well. I want to get the one on the back here. Kind of difficult to show you this one. want to try to get these going as even as we can. Got the sun in my eyeballs over here. Yeah, it should just kind of pull itself up a little bit. We may have to wiggle it a little. So I'm just kind of counting the same number of threads that are poking through. So you get the idea, and we're kind of drawing it up. We're going to go to the other side and see how it's looking. This side usually has a lot more slack. You see how I can kind of move this one. I just kind of want to do them both at the same time. Okay, I got my torque wrench. We've got 2.5 foot of extension. Also using a swivel, and we're going to go ahead and torque these down. So we're just going to be feeding it right up through here. Hold it in place, or try to. I'm not at the right angle or something here. All right, we're going to go 35 foot-pounds. Get on the back one. All right, we're going to use the same setup on the passenger side with the same length and the swivel. So I'm having to come plumb back here to get any kind of leverage or movement with this extension back behind this. We're going to go 35 as well. And I've already put anti-seize on these. All right, this passenger side probably should have got another one. It was rusted right here, but I'm going to put a washer, maybe. The last thing you want is this rattling, and it's annoying. But I have wired them on before. I got them to quit rattling in a pinch. Already got anti-seize on these as well. Go in place. There we go.
All right, I just got a little washer. All right, that's nice and solid. It's not going to be doing any rattling. I'm going to get these connectors back here. If you don't get it to click and lock, you won't be able to push this. Now this big one has a couple of those little holes that are supposed to pop down on back there, but I may. That's good enough. And this one's supposed to slide on here. I need to get those last two coil packs I purposely left out there. It is a tight fit. I'm just using a little micro ratchet here. These don't have to be that tight. These wires are just clipped back onto these studs at the front and the back there. Okay, I had one of these power steering lines leak in. I'm going to take this opportunity to give you a really good view of it here. And neither one of these is a pressure line, but I had this one here was leaking at this, actually this, where it was fastened there. And so I just got another one. And while I was at it, got this hose right here. Said the vehicle has 230,000 miles, so time to update them. I also got some of these little screw style clamps. So these are just the low pressure lines. This runs to the cooler, this runs to the cooler, and this other part here, of course, runs to the bottom of the reservoir. The high pressure line here on the pump, it actually appears to be fine. I didn't see any leaks on it. Using this, apparently no wrench I have fits it. And I've got my pan down there. It's still got a little bit of fluid in it here. It's leaking right here. Got a little bit of my dielectric grease. Give it a little bit more snug here. Right, and that's tight enough. Now this in here, we're just going to get that little clip. You want to have yourself a pan ready. Yours still has fluid. Like most hoses, it's stuck. So I'm going to use the heat gun here on 3. So you can't get it too hot because it's plastic. But I don't really like cutting it. It may cut into the spout, and who knows, it might try to leak there, so I don't usually do that. And once you get it hot enough, it will turn loose. This one's way too long, so I'm going to have to measure it, mark it, cut it off. Almost had enough for 2 of them. Now I cut it about 1 inch longer. I just know me. If I can cut it too short, I will. These are really good clamps, by the way. They're not your ordinary clamps, kind of like a high torque clamp. Alright, there we got our 2 new hoses. At least we don't have to worry about these. And these will connect together here. We'll mess with that later. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get this pump mounted here. A little bit of medium Loctite. You want to take your time. Very easy to get these little bolts cross-threaded. Try to get them going by hand first. Now I'm just going to start snugging up the upper one here. Alright, I'm torquing these to 15 foot-pounds. Alright, I'm getting ready to put these heater hoses on now. The spring clamps, for whatever reason, you know, could be that this is a different size than the original, I don't know. But when I put them on there to test them, I could spin them with my hand, so that's not tight enough. So I put these on here. I kind of knew it was probably going to be a problem because I've ran into it before. Torquing this to 20 foot-pounds. Torquing this to 35. I'm going 30 foot-pounds on these. Now another thing over on this side, we got a few wires that we've got tucked. I'm reaching in here and getting this cam sensor. This is going to fasten up here on that stud. Got the oil sensor, that's the alternator. Got the oil sensor down here, going down the EGR. Okay, I'm just going to get these loosely in place until I get the clip on. Just to hold it for now. Oh, I just still have some slack. I'm just going to snug these up. I'm not torquing them. If you did, I wouldn't torque it much, probably 80 inch-pounds or something. Alright, I've got to get the AC condenser and air compressor, AC compressor back over here where it goes. And I'm just setting it back over here in place, nothing to it. Torquing these to 35 foot-pounds. Okay, so just to show you what I've been working on here, the power steering pump I have back off again. So I completely forgot about this grounding strap that's going down here on this part of the block. And not only is the surface really rusty, I had to wire brush this, but the hole was not being used on the vehicle it came out of, so it was all rusted and corroded. And I had to take a tap through there. This is the tap you'll need. You can see I cleaned that up really good. Now another problem I had was this is the bolt came out of the other one. Now my tap, I guess, is not a really good bottom tap, so I couldn't get the hole chase deep enough, so I had to find another one. This one's just slightly shorter. I got lucky, and it actually, because I want to tighten this all the way down to where the washer is tight, because you see this is not very thick and run the risk of it not being good and tight. So I'm going to get this attached, and I'll put the power steering pump back. All right, we're going to get this bracket on. We'll torque these to 25. 13s, by the way. And we're just going to hand tighten this. And just remember, once you're turning red in the face, it's tight enough. Kind of make you a little S. And we're going to come straight up. Come around. I'm just going to tuck it right here. We're going to come over this. Make sure it's all on. These tools are really cheap and they make so much easier. Just lock that in there. And everything's trying to slip off, it looks like. Alright, looks good. Get this set back up here. I was worried for a minute I'd misplaced these little bolts, but they're attached. We're going to get these cooling hoses next. I've got marks here as to where to orient them. And we're also going with screw style clamps on these as well. So my mark is this little paint mark here, which is the nub on that, and then I've just copied this mark from the other hose. Looks like it's going to be a tight fit here. And if I do have to rotate this, it'll be easy to do with a screw style clamp. All right, let's get the fan back on. I'm just applying tension with my serpentine tool, and just tightened up like I removed it. Let's cinch it down a little bit. Let me try the, just gonna give it a whack or two of this. Alright, I'm ready to get the radiator and shroud. I'm going to put it together in one piece like we took it out. Have to figure out how I did this before. I got it laying like this. This doesn't seem right either. I may have to move that condenser over. Okay, this is actually going to work, I think. Maybe. It's got a grommet down here. It's got to set in. Got something in my way. I think it's the hose. Okay, now the other thing about it, before I set this down, I've got to get this transmission cooler up over here. It needs to be over here, so I need to get that lifted up before I set this down. Oop. Okay, there I have that up where it's supposed to be. A 10 millimeter. All right, we're gonna hit this lower hose here. Right, we got that tight. And while we're here, I guess we should pop these in, or try to. Okay, I had to remove the cardboard and get these to slide in first. All right, back over here, we got a screw right in there we need to get. It probably would have been easier to left the top one slightly loose, but I'm getting it here. All right, so we got that tight. Okay, next thing up, the power steering cooler. We're going to go ahead and get this hooked up. I'm going to put it on the hoses before I put the bolts up there. I think it'd be easier to push them on there. Now I also have these labeled A and B. This one that's A goes to the rack and pinion, has the fitting, and the other one just runs to the reservoir. We'll get this other one pushed on. I've positioned both clamps so they're pointing down so I can tighten them, and left them loose for a moment in case I need to twist the hoses to orient it here. Get this set up here in place. Be careful, don't ding your fins. Well, it does fit, barely. We got to get it through the back. Alright, remember we got the little nut. I'm going to put that on the back side here. Or I'm going to hold it back here. Now I'll probably admit it's easier to put this on as a whole unit because of these, but that's just how I did it. Alright, next thing up, the overflow tank and windshield washer tank here. Alright, we're over here at the condenser fan. We're going to get this connected. I got the wrong connector here. I'm going to have to find this one. Here it is. There we have it. I think we're going to work on getting some oil in here. Got 2 jugs. Best I recall, it takes like 7 quarts. There's 1 jug. Now this one has a couple of 3 quarts in it. I'm gonna put a couple in here. Let's see where we're at. A little more. Well, all right, now we need to get our power steering filled with some ATF4. Now, it usually doesn't take a lot of this, so you got to really go slowly with it and check it. All right, get the step ladder over here so I can see in here. Nope, still need some more. I don't even know how much I put. It holds like a quart. All right, I got it about halfway in between full hot, so I'm gonna stop there. I'm probably going to add some. It's probably got a lot of air in it. This is what I'm using for the power steering. I'm gonna go 25 foot-pounds. We got our marks, so hopefully it'll go back where it's supposed to be and close properly, but not guaranteed. I'm just going to snug them up a little bit. Probably going to be taking it back loose. This is my coolant adapter. Just want to show you this. It's got this locks just like the radiator cap, and this will fit in here nice and tight. Okay, so I think this was saying it had a 4.5 gallon system. We're going to start out with, I've got 2 jugs of concentrate. I got 2 jugs of distilled water. We'll get a jug and a jug of this, and we'll see where we're at. And make sure you tighten your valve on your radiator if you have that loose. It's going to have a lot of air in it. Yeah, I was thinking it might not be a bad idea to start with your distilled water just in case you did have a leak. All right, now we'll get a jug of water. All right, we got 2 gallons in it so far. Right, I'm working on the second jug of concentrate. I'm gonna see how much I can get in here, maybe half, and stop. Doesn't appear to want to take any more coolant. I got about half of that jug. We're gonna get the battery hooked up. And we're gonna try to crank it up. We're gonna find out what it's gonna do here. That's real dirty in here. I hadn't had a chance to clean it. So we're gonna find out together. Now, if it cranks up, I'm gonna have to hurry up and get out there and look at things and make sure everything is looking okay. Okay, the oil pressure's coming up. Okay, but then it stalled out. Okay, I'm gonna stay on the throttle a little bit. Okay, the check engine light actually went out on its own there. Oil pressure's up, battery looks good. Let's go out here and take a look. Now, I honestly expect it to be noisier because of the air and the power steering, but it's going to have a lot of smoke from the anti-seize and everything that's on the engine, so don't panic. A light over here. Not seeing any leaks. There's a lot of smoke. I'm surprised that it cranked up as quick as it did. And I'm going to see what this, still gurgling here. I'm going to see about adding some more to it. So I purposely left these wheels off so we can check everything out. Well, the engine sounds good. No drips, no leaks. Now it'll have to get up to over 203 degrees before that thermostat will even open up. It's not wanting to take any more coolant at the moment. I'm not going to let it run a long time. Like once it starts warming up, I'll probably get it middle ways. We'll probably kill it and see if it'll suck down some more coolant. We may go ahead and work in getting the wheels on since everything's looking okay over there. But it's idling really good. Sitting right at 700 RPM here. Now this, I'll probably have to add some more power steering here at whining. Got to get that air out. Okay, I let it run for 15 minutes. It got up to the middle mark there, and I went ahead and killed it. It has sucked down a lot more coolant, and I'll be adding some more. But while I'm waiting for it to cool a minute, I'm going to go ahead and get the wheels on. So I'm purposely leaving these fender liners out for now so I can see things if I have any problems. I did zip tie this wire up here out of the way. All right, now we'll get the other side. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and torque these to 100 foot-pounds. I need an extension. Let's see if it'll take some more. Well, I got it to take 3/4 of the jug of concentrate. I don't want to get too carried away. It should be bone dry, I guess, except for the radiator. May have had a little bit residual in it. But it's been cooling off for probably 15-20 minutes. I'm going to crank it back up and see what it's going to do. Okay, I got it cranked back up. I can tell something's not right with the front end wheels. Just looking at them, it's going to have some serious alignment. May have some suspension issues that I don't even know about. Yeah, the power steering's still making noise. It could be that the pump is ruined because they had a pretty bad leak. It could be that the pump's no good. Maybe replacing that. In which case, if I do, I'll put a new power steering hose on there for the high pressure and shouldn't have any leaks. On a positive note, the AC works. At least for now. Now I will tell you that I have disturbed these lines by moving them around and stuff and had to wind up replacing a high pressure line or something. Done it on other vehicles, so we'll see. So far so good. All right, I got my tester. Okay, I killed it again. Had it running here just a little bit and it's starting to climb up a little bit higher than I like, so I turned it off. I'm gonna let it set and cool off. It will pull that coolant down. You know, I don't mess with any special bleeding process or anything. I just kind of let the air work itself out. Okay, so far I've got 2 of these concentrate, 1 full thing of distilled, and I'm working on starting on this one here. All right, I got it cranked up here again. I'll actually turn the heat on. See, that's going to help work this air out. Let it cool for about 10 minutes. It was creeping up past the halfway mark, so I killed it. So right now I've got 3 gallons, a little bit of the other distilled waters. This system should be pretty bone dry, so I would expect that it's going to take the 4.5 gallons. I'm not getting any heat out of here, so I know that it's got lots of air in it still. Had to kill it, my thing's about to overflow. Well, we're waiting on that to cool off again. We're going to go ahead and get this grill on here. So I took this off in one piece, but it proves to be a little bit more difficult to put it back. So I'm going to take this frame off, take the rest of these 8mm. And I guess we'll put the frame up there first, and then we'll slide the grill on. So it's kind of hard for me to figure out how to show you up here and set my camera up, but all of these are going to slide in up here. So then the other problem is the sun is right directly in the camera, but you can see those just slid right in. Now we got to get all these little 8mm and put them on here. Okay, now I'm just putting all these little 8mm bolts right back down through the front here. Okay, it's sucked everything down. Let's see if we can get any more here. It's been cooling about 15 minutes. Put some in here. So I've got 3.5 gallons, if you count the half gallon in the overflow tank. There's a bolt over here that we skipped. Let me zoom in here. Now, people will miss this when taking the AC compressor out and break that tab off, myself included. But I'll show you where it's at. So here it is on this engine right here. I put it back there. I don't really see the purpose in this, but we'll put it in there. 13mm. Okay, I've only been able to get 3.5 gallons in. Went ahead and put the cap on here. I've got it running. It's holding the temperature at the midway point. Got a lot of smoking going on back in here. If you can see it, the bolts from the downpipe there, anti-seize. A lot of smoking on both sides. Here's how we're looking in here. Said it's holding steady at the halfway point. It occurred to me the reason I'm not getting any heat is probably because the heater core, like most of these Dodges, is plugged up. Because it's see what it's doing there, like barely like 91 degrees. But everything is sounding good. And by the way, I wound up putting 7.5 quarts for the oil to get it topped off, because it was bone dry. Alright, so I got it hooked up to my scan tool here. We're running at 208 degrees. It's a 203 degree thermostat. I think my charger idles a little bit hotter than that. Alright, we're going to take this for a test drive this morning. I'm not going to be putting the front bumper back on for now in case I do have to get to any problems or leaks. The jury's still out on the power steering pump. I had a lot of air. Let it set overnight. Actually added a little bit more power steering fluid. And the coolant actually dropped down a little bit. So I'm just shy of 4 gallons. I was able to get this much into the overflow tank there, and you know, it's about right where it needs to be. Fired right up first crank. So this engine's sounding really good, really smooth. Now my power steering might actually be fine. Said it's not doing a bit of whining this morning. I knew it was low and I topped it off last night, but I hadn't driven it since. But it's not even whining now. Said the suspension does not feel good. I don't really know what it's gonna need. It feels like probably tie rods. Not really sure. Ball joints. It's definitely kind of loose, but then the tires are also bad, so it's hard to say really what's going on. But it does have a little bit of a shake. When I got it up to about 70, it had a little bit of a shake yesterday. But you see we just got it cranked up, but I was getting on it yesterday and the temperature gauge shot up a little bit above the halfway point. I was wondering if it was getting warm or not, but I put my scan tool on it and never got above like 213, which I said my charger gets hotter than that. So I got it up to about 55 here. It's doing okay. It's not shaking. So a lot of it could have been the power steering itself because it was really low, but it's definitely got some power. So it's a big step up from my 4.7 liter I had. That's the only reason I've got rid of it, because I wanted the HEMI. So we're up to 65. It's not shaking today. I still don't have it up to temperature yet. So these gauges really are dummy gauges. This temperature gauge, that really does tell you nothing. But I will say that this one moves around a lot more than most of them, and that's why it kind of had me wondering. Okay, and I've got the AC running here. I just wanted to show you this AC seems to be working pretty good. It's not real hot out, but I just turned it on. It's cooling down, getting close to 40. Said the heat's not working, so heater core's plugged up. I could get my infrared and check those hoses. I never even really thought about it, but I'm sure it's plugged up. It's always something with these heater cores. It's either they're leaking or they're plugged up. But yeah, it's driving pretty good, and the suspension's not horrible. I'd say that, you know, the shocks don't really feel bad. It's just a little bit loose, a little bit rattly. So we'll just have to see what we're going to need to do with it. I'll just drive a little bit and try to determine. But a lot of it may even be the tires. It's not shaking today, so the power steering, probably a lot of it, along with the tie rods, but the power steering was the majority of it. Alright, so I spent about 2 weeks on this. A lot of it was kind of waiting on parts and things, having to drill out the exhaust manifold studs. Had some other issues. I had to drill out some other bolts on the intake and everything because of the corrosion. But other than that, I would say as far as working on it, I spent, you know, a couple of days taking it out, a couple of days putting it back in. But the engine prep and all that was pretty time consuming, putting all the seals and getting the engine ready to go in. So I'll probably do another video on all the cost breakdown and everything with this used engine. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like, share, and subscribe, and thank you for watching.